Alright, let's see if this works. I just realized that I accidentally set my audio to mono. Whoops. There we go. We are good now. Alrighty. Quality ain't the best right now. I'm having to go through my OBS settings. I'm taking a little bit of the downtime of the severe weather as we got it. I'm using two radars today, chat. Using two radars, alright. We're using the WeatherWise radar with the Plus version, which includes what you're seeing is the Ryan Hall map version of the app. So and here's the Radar Omega screen that's you are looking at, which I'm indoor. I don't know why y'all are looking like that. Hold on. Yeah, that's why. Okay. There we go, chat. There we go. Now we can look at Radar Omega here as well in the separate scene. And my NOAA weather radio is going off here at home. Let's go on back to the WeatherWise radar here, which we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to be for Barron. Has a tornado possible tag on it. So before southwestern Greene County, northwestern Barron County, and Metcalfe County in south central Kentucky. 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail radar indicated. Possible tornado on this storm, and I am looking here on Radar Omega, and it is looking like it could possibly have a tornado with it as it moves towards Columbia, Kentucky. Let's go on over to WeatherWise radar here. Here's the storm that I'm talking about. It's over Glasgow right now. It's going to be moving east-northeast. It's going to be going towards Edmonton and Glasgow. And here's that area of rotation that we just talked about. It's going to be right over Oil City, heading towards Highsville and Center, even towards Glasgow, Echo, and even eventually making its way over towards Edmonton and Pierce, Kentucky. Let's go on a split view here. Let's go pull up the correlation coefficient. Super Mexico discussion. I ain't figured that out yet. Anyways. Alright. So this is the storm that we're talking about here, guys. It's going to be going towards near Glasgow. Let's go ahead and pull up our pin on this thing here. So right here is where we're concerned about this tornado being. We got the backside wrapping around. We got some strong inflow winds going into the storm. And even here on the velocity couplet, right there is where we got the couplet at. That could possibly be a tornado, as the National Weather Service pointed out there in this severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be south of Cave City, south of Horse Cave. It's going to be going east-northeast at 55 miles an hour. Let's go back on single pane view here. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in eastern Kentucky. This does include Pikeville, Betsy Lane, Meta, Dwell, Wonder, Piso, and Co-Run Village. We got a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size hail. 60 mile an hour wind gust, 4 size ha I'll put full smoothing on. That looks ugly. I still haven't figured out how to take the musical discussions off the screen yet, chat. Anyways, we're gonna put the music back on. We're gonna keep track of this thunderstorm over Glasgow right now. It's gonna be moving east northeast, over Highsville and Echo, over by Oil Cities, where we got that concern for that possible tornado. Not any confirmation and not enough rotation shown on radar for a tornado warning, but this severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag on it, and I believe we just got another severe thunderstorm warning. Where would that one be at? I don't see it on here. It'll be flashing right now. Let me find it in Radar Omega because it went off on here. That's going to be another severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. It's going to be this little box right here. If I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's the new ones. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to have a 60 mile an hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail. I'm gonna go back to the put some on a radar hole here. Now it's flashing. That's weird. Ain't had that happen before. So these are our new severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm gonna continue to track the storm over Glasgow right now as it's heading east northeast, as we could possibly have a tornado on the ground with this storm, y'all. Tornado possible tags with this thunderstorm. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued, and this is going to be out of the National Weather Service in Nashville. And this is going to include northern Sumner County and northeastern Robertson County in Middle Tennessee. 6 mile an hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. Hail threat is all radar indicated. Not seeing any chance, not even seeing concern for a tornado at this moment. But this is going to be a strong thunderstorm as it pushes through the area, especially towards Cross Plains, Moley, even Portland, Mitchell, and hell, even in Orlando and Hamilton. You will be getting quite a bit of wind gusts right now. I'm more paying attention to this storm here near Glasgow as it does have a rotation couplet. It's not looking as impressive as it once did on the radar. So this is what we're going to be doing for the next 45 minutes, y'all. 15 minutes, correction. We got no active tornado warnings at this time, but I am watching this thunderstorm near Glasgow, Kentucky right now. It's just south of Case City, moving northeast towards Edmonton and Columbia. It's severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it as well. And this rotation couple over Highsville is looking quite concerning for the fact of that it has a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect for the next 15 minutes, y'all. Sorry, y'all. They just updated a severe thunderstorm warning. They have now shortened it down to include half the city of Glasgow, Echo, Highsville Center, Pierce, and Edmonton. We still got the tornado possible tag on it. It's not looking as impressive on radar as it did. We still got a little bit of the Bowen, a little bit of a hook and an inflow notch sitting there trying to develop as well. We're going to watch the storm very closely as it pushes east-northeast towards Portland, Columbia, Holmes, Ashburn, Neesville, Casey Creek, and Webbs, Greensburg as well. This is the most impressive looking storm we got right now. And in my opinion, the most impressive looking supercell storm that we have of the day so far. Over just a little bit northeast of Glasgow, over Highsville right now, we got a decent rotation couplet here that could be actively trying to produce a tornado. That is split view. That is the wrong one I wanted. Whoops. Sorry, y'all. So this is the rotation couplet I am talking about. It's over Highsville, moving east-northeast at 55 miles an hour as well. I believe it's going to become outflow dominant as these warning storms are weakening. Right back here towards Fort Smith, Arkansas, is where we're going to have the next round of severe thunderstorms developing, especially over towards Jonesboro. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's for Berea over towards Pikeville, Kentucky. Correction. Mount Vernon, Kentucky. It does have an inflow notch on it. Demonstrate considerable golf ball sized hail, a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that is all we got on that. I won't be surprised if this storm gets a tornado possible tag on it, as it does look like it's trying to develop a mid-level lock on it. We'll see if this storm isolates itself and eventually tries to produce a tornado. We'll go back on down here to our Glasgow storm, our Barron County storm, over towards Highsville and Echo. Still moving east-northeast, looks like it's becoming more outflow dominant. So the concerns of the tornado threat within this thunderstorm is gradually getting smaller. But we do have that tornado possible tag still on the thunderstorm warning. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just going to include Logan, Simpson counties in Kentucky. So it's going to be southern Simpson County and Allen County in south central Kentucky until 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size cell. A severe thunderstorm was located over Portland, moving east-northeast at 65 miles an hour. That is a fast-moving thunderstorm, y'all. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is going to eventually impact. It's currently impacting Franklin. It's going to eventually impact Scottsville, Kentucky, Fountain Run, Kentucky, Summershade, Kentucky, and even Edmonton could be getting hit with the second thunderstorm. Let's look at this storm back up here towards Glasgow in our Barron County. So I'm getting ready to cross over into Metcalfe County. We still got a rotation couplet here. It's going to be near Savoyard and Highsville off Route 70 and 314 in Barron County. Going into Metcalfe County, Kentucky. Over towards Knob Lake, we do got a rotation couplet. I'm not seeing a debris signature at this moment, but we do have the rotation couplet still there. Make sure you guys are in y'all safe spots and being weather aware today. Got a new radar scan, and it looks like that rotation is going to be really weakening substantially within this thunderstorm. What's going to be more concerning is, especially during peak daytime heating hours, all this weather is going to be moving out of the region, and sunshine is going to return. It's going to get hot. It's going to get muggy. It's going to get very humid out there. Prepping the atmosphere for the big round of thunderstorms that we are expecting tonight. Let's go ahead and load up the Storm Prediction Center here. We have a huge, whopping moderate risk of severe weather, especially over towards central and south central and western Kentucky, as we have the 15% hatched area of long track damaging tornadoes. Outside of the tornado threat today, we also got a 45% chance of damaging winds excess of 70 to 80 miles an hour. It's again mainly focused into western Kentucky, south central, and central and northern Kentucky as well. We also got a 30% chance of damaging hail, which is hatched area, which is going to be 2 inches or bigger in diameter, within 25 miles of a given point. And again, mostly central and western Kentucky, southern Illinois, eastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, and northwestern Tennessee as well. So I'm going to go back over here to our radar. They just updated that severe thunderstorm warning again for Barron County. They took out the tornado possible tag. So Barron County, you are now under a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Do not get out of your safe spots. Make sure you are indoors. Put as many walls and doors between you and the outside as you can, as there is still some damaging winds and some large hail falling from this thunderstorm. As we are receiving reports from Glasgow. Receiving some damage reports in Glasgow as well. Some trees and power lines down and some roof damage from a possible tornado that went on the northern side of the metro area over towards Highsville. That rotation coupler has weakened significantly, and this thunderstorm is going to be pushing up to the north and east. We're going to put the loop back on for y'all, put some music on. Y'all enjoy yourselves, and I'll be back on when a new warning is issued. Alrighty, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning that is coming out of Tennessee, making its way towards Edmonton, Kentucky. It's going to be a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail, expires in 19 minutes. It's going to be over Fountain Run right now, as we do have some gusty winds as well. This is going to be moving north and east at 65, which one is it? 65 miles an hour. This is going to be right along 31E, and it's going to be following right along Route 63, 249, even Route 90, all the way up towards Cyclone as well. Just went through Scottsville, going through Holland, following along Route 100 right now. As where the strongest winds are. It's going to be down in near Mount Zion and Fountain Run towards Flippin, Kentucky. Once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Does not include Glasgow. I just seen that in my Twitter chat. It's not going to include Glasgow. It's going to be south of Glasgow, over more towards Edmonton. So, like I said, guys, this is a tornado warning. We got 2 areas of rotation. We got one over Folsom, making its way southeast towards Egg Harbor City, Hamilton Township, and then we also got the area of rotation just a little bit southwest of Millville. Heading off into the coast won't be a problem for very much longer, but these are still tornado warned. These are tornado warned storms. And we do get a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Kentucky. We also got a severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas. First little supercell completely isolated near Clarksville, Coal Hill. Looks like we got no areas of rotation at this moment. But this is still a strong thunderstorm with quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. Ugh, shoot. Excuse me. 60-mile-an-hour wind, guys. It's going to be heading north-northeast at 55 miles an hour. Let's check on our Kentucky storms here. They are still packing a punch with them. We got no tornado possible tags on any of these, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we're good on that portion. So we just got our tornado warnings over here in New Jersey right now. Let's go on back to that radar does not want to work for us, don't it? So like once again we got 3 tornado warnings. All heading towards the Atlantic City area over in New Jersey, near Ocean City, Upper Township. Y'all are all in line with these tornadic thunderstorms. It's pretty broad rotation, ain't gate to gate at the moment, over towards Folsom, making its way south-southeast. New severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky now. Says 2 minutes. I guess they're updating the warning. This is what's left of our early morning convection. Just watching these thunderstorms, man. It's not quite active quite yet. We got a tornado watch now issued for northern Arkansas. New severe thunderstorm warning, including Pikeville, Kentucky, and Yeager. Not looking for much of tornadoes, but it's definitely going to be some big hail producers up to golf ball sized hail. Ping pong ball, shall I say. Ping pong ball sized hail as well. Watch unlikely. And that tornado watch expands all the way up to St. Louis, up into Missouri, and up into central Illinois as well. New severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky near Monticello expires just now. We got a little bit of a couplet trying to form up with this thunderstorm over Annville, Kentucky. We got a new mesoscale discussion. Severe thunderstorm watch they just issued. Over in south central and western Kentucky, you're gonna be getting some blue skies. Clear right now, dry now, just a little bit after the early morning convection. But that is also not a good thing. Let's go ahead and look at the outlook. Look at the overall outlook here, y'all. It is not looking good. We got a huge moderate risk expanding all the way towards Lexington, Kentucky. And even a larger enhanced risk of severe weather. Let's go ahead and look at the tornado risk, though. Tornado risk mainly is in Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, eastern Missouri, and extreme northern Tennessee. He's got a 15% chance hatched for tornadoes. Here's your wind probabilities, y'all. Here's a thunderstorm outlook, y'all. Dry thunderstorms. Not really concerning at the moment. Here's your excessive rainfall outlook. We've got a slight risk of excessive rain. And here's your drought outlook as well. I got a strong thunderstorm making its way into Elkhorn City. Let's go check it back up on tornado warnings here. Like I said, it looks like these tornado warnings will be allowed to expire as the rotation is dying down quite a bit over here, over in New Jersey, over in Hamilton Township, Millville, Commercial Township, Belle Plaine, Woodbine, Maurice River Township as well. There's just it's not much going on right now, y'all. It's just sporadic and everywhere, widespread. This I'm going to keep a close eye on this little thunderstorm over Clarksville, Arkansas right now, as it is isolated. And there is nothing to interfere with this storm. We also got some isolated storms trying to pop up near Springfield, near the Ozarks area, and in the Ozarks. Alrighty, y'all, we're back, we back, and here and live. We still got a single tornado warning. It's going to be over here in New Jersey. And again, that rotation is weakening. I believe this tornado warning will be allowed to expire as well. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning just northeast of Springfield. These storms are getting developed real quickly here, so we're going to have to watch these little supercell thunderstorms pop out a little bit. So you're going to have a real tornado threat here with these thunderstorms as they could go supercellular. Let's check that back on this storm down here near Clarksville. And then once again, it's getting concerning. I mean, it's getting really concerning here, guys. It's starting to get real matured and developed. We're starting to get a little bit of an inflow notch there. We'll see if we get a tornado warning with this thunderstorm or not. So we're going to shift our focus more west again on these supercell thunderstorms are developing right now. These are going to be developing into our big tornado producers that we are expected to be having today as well. We will eventually see this tornado watch expanding more eastward as the day progresses and goes on. Once again, this storm right here, it's not looking good for y'all, especially over towards East Forks Wilderness, even towards Daniel Mountain. Watch out, as we could be having a supercell here starting to get matured up and ready to fire up. Same thing with this storm over here towards Stratford, Mississippi, or Missouri, correction. It's going to be heading off north and east at 55 miles an hour. We're going to be watching these storms very closely today, y'all. Today is a huge tornado day, and it is very important to have as many people doing coverage as we can have out there. I'll try to cover what I can, but we do have Ryan Hall, Max Velocity, and several other smaller creators that are doing this sort of thing as well. We are going to be watching these very closely here, and we have no y'all watches right now, which I don't believe Ryan is even live right now, if I'm being completely honest with y'all. So we are going to be watching these very closely here as the time progresses. Sorry for that buzzing in the background, by the way. I kind of forgot that exists. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky now. This is going to be south of Jackson, over US Route 15, near Hardshell, Stacy, Ultra, Buckhorn, Arnott, and Shoulder Blade as well. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. We have another severe thunderstorm warning just been issued by the National Weather Service in Springfield, in Missouri. It's going to be for Ava, Ava, Tigers, Bryant, Mansfield, Norwood, Filer, Vanceduri, Brushy Knob, and Veracruz, even time towards Whitty. I believe it's going to be for both these little thunderstorms here. Again, I'm still mainly looking at this storm if we're near Marshfield. Let's go check on our Arkansas storm as well. This is not it's concerning looking, but it ain't propping a tornado warning at this time. So we do. Uh, so our storms are our big tornado producers are just now getting developed over towards Mansfield, Seymour, and even down towards Clarksville, Arkansas. And yep, it's getting developed, it's getting matured, starting to develop a mid-level lock on it. We're gonna keep our very close eye on this thunderstorm. All right, y'all. So we are gonna be focusing towards the west now. We are straight focusing these supercells. Um, we are gonna go on another little intermission here, y'all. Still gonna be right here at the weather desk, monitoring. If anything happens, we will come back on here and we will make it happen. All right, y'all. Alrighty. Alrighty, folks. We got 2 tornado warnings now. These are going to be our storms that we are currently watching. Let me switch planes here. So we do have 2 tornado warnings that are going to be in Missouri, east of Springfield, near Mountain View. Is our first one, it's the most southern storm. Near Willow Springs, moving north-northeast. It's going to be radar indicated rotation, 3-inch hail, which is also baseball-sized hail. Radar indicated rotation. I've seen a little bit of a debris signature, but not too much on the velocity and correlation coefficient scans. Watch that very closely if you're towards Houghton Valley. We also got another tornado warning upward towards Somerville, and it's going to be right over Big Creek and Eunice, and not a debris. Okay, this is an observed tornado warning, so we have an observed tornado on the ground now near Somerville. Here's your debris signature, guys. This is the debris signature we are currently receiving from the radar, and that is correlated with the storm. So we do have a active tornado on the ground now, causing damage, making us. If you're in Summersville, Nagel, Midvale, Hartshorn, Eunice, Big Creek, make sure you are in your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground, actively doing damage, as we can see it on the correlation coefficient screen. It's between Grogan and Nagel right now near Gist Ranch Conservation Area. We got an active tornado on the ground. So it's going to be observed tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. 10 miles southeast of Houston. Moving east at 50 miles an hour. So if you guys are in this red morning polygon, get in your safe spots, as we do have an active tornado doing damage as we speak. The other tornado warning is still radar indicated rotation, but it is still tight, strong rotation over Houghton Valley. So if you're in Houghton Valley, it's run on top. You get into your safe spots. If you are in Mountain View, get in your safe spots. Montier, Birch Tree, Turnerville, my bad, and Trask, get in your safe spots immediately. This is an active. This is a possible tornado, and these last few scans on the correlation coefficient and the velocity, it is not looking good. So it looks like we could possibly have a tornado on the ground, getting ready to directly impact Mountain View and Birch Tree. We have another active tornado on the ground, making its way east at 50 miles an hour. It's going to make a direct hit on Summersville. If you're in Summersville, get in your safe spots. This is a life-threatening situation. We also have a tornado warning now, and it's radar indicated rotation, nickel-sized hail. It is making its way out of Norton Wise, Virginia right now, and it's getting ready to hit Coburn, Virginia. This is a tornado warning, radar indicated. If you're in this red polygon near the Cumberland Forest, make sure you are in your safe spots. Let's go back over here towards Missouri. We have a new tornado warning. New tornado warning, radar indicated rotation, golf ball sized hail. Let's switch radars for this one. We really ain't got a good radar for this storm right now. So here's your velocity, this area of rotations, and their Vita making its way northeast as well. Multiple tornado warnings going out right now, y'all. Let's get back to our observed tornado warning. I am really concerned on this Willow Springs storm making its way towards Mountain View. If you're in Mountain View, Missouri, getting your safe spots. This is I wouldn't say active tornado on the ground, but this is a developing tornado as we are watching it on the radar here. Making its way towards Mountain View and Birch Tree, eventually making its way to Weona and Van Buren. Make sure you guys get in your safe spots, get prepared. The storm's going to be making its way to y'all. Let's check on our active tornado. We've still got quite a bit of damage being done in Nagel right now. Still making its way east towards Summersville. If you're in Summersville, I can't plead enough getting your safe spots. This is making it beeline for y'all. This is coming straight for the Summersville metro area. If you're in the city of Summersville, getting your safe spot. Now, this is a life-threatening situation as we do have a damaging tornado on the ground as we are seeing debris being picked up by the Doppler radar out of Springfield. This is a dangerous situation if you're in Summersville. And this is also another really dangerous situation if you are in a Mountain View, getting your safe spots, as we could be having a developing tornado. Outside of the tornado threat, this is a very, very strong thunderstorm with some very large hail and some damaging winds. So outside of the tornado threat, we do have the other threats of damaging winds and hail. So this is a dangerous situation for Mountain View, Trask, Chapel, Teresa, Montier, and even Birch Tree. Get in your safe spots. This is not a good situation for Mountain View. Latest scan is still showing really concerning radar imagery for the city of Summersville. This possible tornado, this active tornado is going to be right along Ranch Road. Branch Road going towards Highway W, West Highway. Eventually going to be crossing over Bethel Drive, King Drive, and even Woodley Road and Factory Road, making a beeline for a direct hit on Summersville. If you're in Summersville, I cannot plead it again. Get into your safe spots. This is a dangerous situation as we do have an active tornado on the ground just east of Nagel, right along Ranch Road. Y'all getting y'all safe spots. Still got radar indicated rotation on this other tornado warning. And it is not looking good. It is not looking good. Looks like we have two areas of rotation that could be twisted its way to the ground. So we could have a twin situation going on here. If you're in Mountain View, Chapel, Teresa, Montier, get into your safe spots. This is a life-threatening situation as we could have a tornado now on the ground causing damage around Highway 17 and whatever these roads are. I don't really know, to be honest with y'all. Still a observed tornado warning for the city of Summersville. I believe this is a PDS tornado warning, if I'm not mistaken, y'all. Can I get one of the weather team members to go ahead and look on National Weather Service, see if we got a PDS tornado warning with this? So outside of the tornado threat, we also got 3-inch hail, large apple size hail. I've never heard that term before. I've never heard of large apple sized hail. I've never heard of it. Either way, very, very, very huge hail falling outskirts of the city Mountain View, outside of the threat for this tornado. Thank you guys. Thank you. I just want to bring a thank you to our weather team. We got Wars weather team. We are working hard today. I'm doing what I can, with me also being a first responder for my community and responding to my community during these events. But we also got a whole weather team now. We're up to 6 members. We are establishing a weather team now. We are getting better, and we are growing and getting better as we go on. And I really appreciate you guys for the opportunity and for allowing me to do what I wanted to do. I just want to give a special thanks to my weather team. Thank you guys behind the scenes. But we do still have an observed tornado warning for the city of Summersville, and this is it's right on your doorstep. If you're already in Summersville, if you're watching, you should already be in your safe spots. And if you're already in Mountain View, I really, really encourage y'all to get in y'all safe spots. It's hard to depict on the correlation coefficient if this is a debris ball over Trask and Mountain View, or if this is just this a correlation error with the radar. But either way, there's still an active tornado warning for the city and community of Mountain View. If you are in Willow Springs, the storm has passed you, but please, I still encourage you to wait to come out of your shelters until the warning polygon, until you're not under that warning polygon anymore. This rotation couple on this Mountain View storm, it is not looking good. Summersville is on your doorstep. If you are in Summersville, this tornado is on your doorstep, getting ready to enter the northern side of Summersville around 6th and 5th Street. If you're south of Richard Street, please get in your safe spots. Especially if you're north of Richard Street in Summersville, get into your safe spots. This is a life-threatening situation, as this is still a observed tornado warning for y'all's area with golf ball-sized hail. We got softball-sized hail falling on the Rolla storm, St. James storm. Y'all got some softball-sized hail. A tornado warning for Coburn is still under. If you're in Coburn, you're still under a tornado warning. This is the tornadic portion of the storm is right over you guys as we speak. If you're in the warning polygon in Virginia, get into your safe spots. The Arkansas storm is developing a hook in the middle of a lock. We could be seeing a tornado warning with that storm soon. I believe we got a tornado on the ground in Mountain View. Is that correct, guys? But I'm on a side chat with my weather team right now, guys. The tornado warning for Mountain View may be going confirmed, if I'm not mistaken. One of our weather analysts just noted that they are seeing a debris signature between Trask and Mountain View. So if you're in Mountain View, get into your safe spots. You possibly got a tornado on the ground. Still got an observed tornado warning for Summersville. And as I'm looking at the radar, that debris ball is not as pronounced as it was. I believe the storm is recycling on that as well. Large apple-sized hail for Mountain View, golf ball-sized hail for Summersville, and softball-sized hail up in Rolla and St. James. Any viewers in Summersville, if we can get some reports, that'd be great from y'all. So if you're in Summersville, this tornado is possibly going through Summersville as we speak. I ain't seen no confirmation on radar. I think the correlation and reflectivity is a little behind on the skin. Checking this Mountain View storm, I am getting more and more concerned about this little blue area right here. I'm getting more and more concerned about this little area right here on the southern side of Mountain View. I ain't seen no damage reports, and I ain't getting pinged or anything from our weather team about any reports coming out of Trask or Mountain View, and I ain't seen no reports coming out of Summersville either. So if you're in Mountain View, get in your safe spots, as I do believe that there is a tornado on the ground getting ready to directly impact the southern side of Mountain View. Velocity. Alright, guys, we have a tornado on the ground going through Mountain View as we speak. We got an active tornado on the ground going through southern of the South Metro, the South Metro area of Mountain View. If y'all are in Mountain View, get into your safe spots. This is an active tornado on the ground. We are seeing this on the radar. If you're in Teresa, get in your safe spot. Montreal and Birch Tree, get into your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground. They just updated the tornado warning for Summersville. They dropped it down to radar indicated rotation. This Mountain View storm is also radar indicated rotation. But based off what I'm seeing here, this is a tornado on the ground. This is a very, very dangerous situation if you're in Mountain View, Teresa, Montier, Birch Tree, and Missouri. Get into your safe spots. I cannot stress it enough with you guys. Get into your safe spots. This is an active tornado on the ground going through southern portions of Mountain View. If you're in Mountain View, Missouri, get into your safe spots immediately. We've been telling you about this tornado warning and this possible tornado for the last 5-10 minutes. Hopefully that has gave you all enough time to get into your safe spots because this tornado is currently doing damage in Mountain View, Missouri. It's going to be hitting Teresa, Montier, and Birch Tree next, even towards Bartlett and Winona, if it keeps together. This is an active tornado on the ground. Can I get an update from the weather team? Are we getting any updates on if this tornado warning is going to go PDS warned or confirmed? Like I said, I believe we just had a tornado go through southern Mountain View, getting ready to impact Teresa, Montier, and Birch Tree. Y'all seen it here first. This look most likely look like a tornado on the ground that just went through southern portions of Mountain View, Missouri. Can I get any confirmation on that? How you doing, Sean? Sorry I didn't see your message earlier. You're in a severe thunderstorm watch. Righty, if you're under severe thunderstorm watch, you'll be on the eastern side of this. Current severe thunderstorms over on the east coast is going to be right along Wise towards Lebanon, Richlands, Grundy, and Welch, and Virginia. And we also got Radford, Blacksburg, Pearisburg, and Bland in Virginia as well. We also got some severe thunderstorm warnings in West Virginia as well. Let's go back to our tornado warning here in Mountain View. It's still radar indicated rotation. They just updated this. They just updated the tornado warning for the Mountain View storm, and my oh my. The debris signature ain't looking as clear, as concerning as it once did. Still radar indicated rotation on all the tornado warnings we have right now is all radar indicated rotation. I get no confirmation on any tornadoes on the ground at this moment, but I do believe that we just had a tornado impact the town of Mountain View. I believe we just had a tornado go through Mountain View. We have an extension on the tornado warning up north. This does include Steelville, Cuba, Leesburg, Bourbon, and Missouri. Make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Do we... Can I get the weather team to look at this storm near east of Rolla over St. James right now? I need second opinions on this one as well, as it does look like we possibly had a brief debris signature near Dillon, a little bit southwest of St. James. Can I get a second opinion on that? Back on our Mountain View storm, and it still looks like it's doing some light damage in Teresa now. Still heading east. If you're in Montier, Birch Tree, Bartlett. We're talking about Jew now over in Bartlett, Missouri, and even towards Winona, Missouri. Get into your safe spots. I believe we are tracking a tornado on the ground at this moment. Just impacted the town of Mountain View. Currently impacting the small community of Teresa, Montier, and Birch Tree. Get into your safe spots, as we do possibly have a tornado on the ground that we have been tracking. We also got looks like another supercell thunderstorm making us try to pop up around Mountain Home, Viola, and Bakersfield, and Salem in Arkansas, in northern Arkansas. We also got a supercell thunderstorm now just east of Clinton. Not seeing much rotation with this thunderstorm. It has a mid-level lock on it. This is the same storm that we was talking about earlier over towards Clarksville. Same thunderstorm, y'all. I'm still not liking the way this is looking for the towns of Teresa, Montier. Still radar indicated rotation. But I do believe we did have a brief tornado touch the ground south and southern portions of Mountain View. If I can get a member of the weather team to try to find reports on that as well. New tornado warning just issued now. An extension of the Summersville storm. And this does include the Ozark Scenic Riverways, Eminence, Current River Conservation Club, Round Spring, Mid-Ridge, Mauser Mill, Gang, Alice Bend, Flatwood in Missouri. The area of rotation is just going to be right over Flatwood, Missouri right now, making its way east at 55 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and check on our Mountain View storm here, and it looks like it is becoming more widespread, not as pinpoint of damage. So I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, y'all, we do got a new severe thunderstorm warning about that storm I was just talking about near Mountain Home. Severe thunderstorm warning in northern Arkansas, just north of Mountain Home. It does include County Line, Brickland Hill, Vedette, Gap, Ruth, Norfolk Lake, Cumni, Clark Ridge, Gamaliel, and Kingswood Estates in Arkansas. It includes South Fork, West Plains, Brandsville, and Bakersfield in Mississippi. This is going to be ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. We have a new tornado warning in Pennsylvania now. Tornado warning in Pennsylvania. This includes Meeting, Conic Crossing, Prosperity, Sparta, and Plumstock. But we do have a tornado warning. We do got a little area of rotation just a little bit east of Sparta. It's rotating enough to prompt the tornado warning, but it looks like we do not have a tornado on the ground at this time with that thunderstorm specifically. Check back up on our Missouri storms. They have now updated all the watches, including the severe thunderstorm watch for eastern Kentucky, western Virginia, southern West Virginia, northwestern North Carolina, and northeastern Tennessee. We do got a tornado watch for extreme eastern Oklahoma, northwestern and north central Arkansas, south central, and eastern Missouri, and southwestern Illinois. If y'all in those states, y'all under a tornado watch. Let's check up on these storms one more time before we tweak. take another intermission. I don't know about you guys, but it's still looking like we could possibly have a tornado with this thunderstorm. It looks like we could still possibly have a tornado on the ground in the community of Montier Birch Tree, and they just extended that tornado warning as well. They extended that tornado warning to include Bartlett, Winona, Delaware, Shawnee, and Missouri. Get into your safe spots, y'all, now under a tornado warning. And it is not looking good on radar, as we could still possibly have a tornado on the ground. We've been tracking this tornado for the last 20 minutes now. There's an active tornado, possibly still on the ground. We did have radar confirmation just moments ago. Southern portions of Mountain View. I believe we did have a brief tornado inflict some damage, and if I'm not mistaken, we could still possibly have a tornado on the ground just now east of Montier, going towards Birch Tree and Bartlett and Winona. I still cannot pronounce that name right. Y'all, what is wrong with me, y'all? Ryan Hall is now live. We still ain't got no y'all watch this right now, y'all. And again, I still believe we have a tornado on the ground over Montier going towards Birch Tree. Let's check up on our storm that just went through Summersville. And I am not seeing any signs of a tornado being actively on the ground, but the storm is still rotating and could very well recycle and even merge with the southern storm. So again, these two storms could also merge. So again, here's where we're watching right now, guys. Oh shit. Oh crap. Whoops. This is still not looking good for the community of Birch Tree. If you're in Birch Tree, get in your safe spots. I don't know why this ain't confirmed yet, but I do believe we do have a tornado on the ground in Birch Tree now. It's right along County Road 466 and Old Highway 60. If we have any viewers in Birch Tree, can we have any confirmation if there's a tornado or not? I still believe there is a tornado on the ground with this thunderstorm. I have belief that there is. We're going to treat it like there is, so you get into your safe spots. If you're in Birch Tree, Bartlett, Winona. If you're in Winona, get into your safe spots. This is an possibly active tornado on the ground causing damage over in Birch Tree as we speak. It's going to be impacting Bartlett, Winona, and Low Lacey next. If you guys noticed that in the stream with the different radar, I was just messing with the settings trying to get it Alrighty, you guys, we do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. It's going to be for the Arlington area. Switch to the Paducah radar here. We do got some rotation going towards Ellington right now. We're not seeing any confirmation on this tornado warning. Not seeing any confirmation neither from the weather team. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Does include Winona as well as West Plains. Make sure you guys get in your safe spots if you're in a red polygon. Alrighty. Actually, guys, I'm going to set the flash for the tornado warnings to be forever. There we go. So let's check on this Van Buren storm. Oh my. Oh my. So we do have a tornado on the ground now in Van Buren to get in your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground. We do have a lot of damage now being done north of Van Buren. We do have a tornado on the ground, guys. And as you heard the alert sound in the background, we do have a tornado on the ground. We got a donut hole tornado getting ready to directly impact Van Buren. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation for you guys. I cannot stress this enough. Get into your safe spots. This is a deadly situation. Waiting on seeing if this is going to go confirmed or PDS or not. Turn that pixel down a little bit. There we go. Perfection. That's on 2.5 pixels, so I put this on 3 pixels. There we go. That's perfect. Alright. So we do have a tornado on the ground now in Van Buren. Get into your safe spots. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation as we do have a looks like a confirmed tornado on the ground. Not sure if the National Weather Service in Springfield is agreeing with me or not. It is not a confirmed tornado warning on the National Weather Service portion, but we do got damage being done now. Just north of Van Buren, over Horse Creek. Looks like we possibly have a tornado on the ground now over Van Buren and Horse Creek. Get into your safe spots. This is a deadly situation as we do seem to have a tornado on the ground over Horse Creek making its way into the northern portions of Van Buren, and we do seem to be getting a severe thunderstorm warning or update on the West Plains severe thunderstorm warning. This is the area of concern right now, guys. We do have a possible. Looks like we more than likely have a tornado on the ground doing damage in House Creek. I've been saying Horse Creek this whole time. I apologize. In House Creek and Van Buren, get into your safe spots. This is a deadly situation. This is a huge tornado. It looks like to be on the ground doing damage just north of Van Buren. Are we going to get an update on this tornado warning? Let's get on to the weather team. Are we going to get any updates on this tornado warning, if it's going to go confirmed or not? Looks like we do have a possible tornado on the ground now, making its way through Van Buren. This is a deadly situation. This is something you don't want to see, especially on radar. And as a meteorologist, you do not want to see this. This is a deadly situation. Looks like we have a tornado on the ground over Van Buren. Should I turn tornado watches off, guys? Alright, I'll turn tornado watches off, guys. Don't worry. There we go. So we got a deadly situation going on now. Everything's being updated right now. I forgot to do this portion. Flash that one black. So we got, looks like we got a tornado on the ground now, north of Van Buren, doing damage as we speak. Doing damage now over Van Buren. This is your debris ball, guys. This is a deadly, deadly, deadly situation. I cannot stress this enough, as it does appear that we have a tornado on the ground that just impacted House Creek and get ready to impact Van Buren. Get into your safe spots. This is a deadly situation. You never want to see this on a radar, guys. A donut hole. You never ever want to see this. You don't want to see this, guys. I mean, gut wrenching. And again, there's your rotation couplet right there. And if I switch to the correlation coefficient, correlates together like peanut butter and jelly. Now, this is a deadly and a worst case scenario for northern portions of Van Buren. Looks like we do have a tornado on the ground, and this tornado warning just got updated. Still saying radar indicated rotation, ain't it? Yeah, it looks like it. Still saying radar indicated rotation now. And that, oh my. That is not looking good, guys. So once again, we got a deadly situation going on with a possible tornado on the ground. North of Van Buren, looks like Van Buren just got impacted with this tornado as well. Got a lot of alerts going on right now. What just happened? Why did I just get so many alerts? Why did I just get so many alerts? A lot of alerts just came out. I'm hearing ding 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 ding. We do have a tornado warning now for St. Louis, Missouri. We got a tornado warning for St. Louis, Missouri's radar indicated rotation expires in 40 minutes. This is quite a long and honestly a big polygon. St. Louis, Clayton, Collinsville, Glen Carbon, Maryland Heights, Ferguson, Spanish Lake, Florissant, Jennings, and Des Perez. You are under a tornado warning, and it appears this is the area that National Weather Service is talking about for this tornado. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation, guys. Tornado warnings everywhere, y'all. This is a dangerous situation, guys. I gotta restart my weather radar. There we go. Get it fixed with the accurate. There we go. The current settings. I am still seeing a strong debris signature northeast of Van Buren now. This is not a good situation, guys, and wow. As you guys were just seeing, I was flipping back and forth between radar scans, and I'm speechless. I'm so speechless because the National Weather Service ain't catching this. It's bad. This is bad, y'all. We got a damaging tornado on the ground now. Dear Lord Jesus, please help them. Anybody in the path of this in this red polygon in Missouri towards Greenville, Missouri, Mill Spring, Williamsville, get in your safe spot right now. This is a active, dangerous situation. A damaging tornado on the ground, causing significant damage. I cannot stress this enough to y'all. Get into y'all safe spots. This is not good. This is a really bad situation. We hate to see it. This is bad, y'all. Bad situation for Greenville, Williamsville, Mill Spring. Even closer, you got Leaper, you got Hadley, you got Opelika and Elsnore. Get into your safe spots immediately. I cannot stress this enough to you guys. This is a bad situation. I cannot stress this enough to y'all. This is a really bad situation. Get into your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground, making a damaged path through the area. Get into your safe spots. This is a really bad situation. I cannot stress this enough to you guys. This is speechless. Absolutely speechless. This has to be one of the worst radar signatures I saw in a while. That next scan looked. This next scan is looking good. Looking a lot better, y'all. It's looking good, y'all. Looks like I still believe there's a tornado on the ground, guys. That debris signature is looking a lot better than the next scan. It's not looking as robust. But we still got some strong rotation with this thunderstorm and could very easily produce another strong to violent tornado. This is gonna be a day, y'all. I am so glad that it's showing signs of weakening. I'm not gonna get my hopes up on it, but this does not look good especially for Mill Spring, Deestown, Holiday Landing, Williamsville, and Loretto. It's not looking good, y'all. Get into y'all safe spots. It does appear that we still have a tornado on the ground, still doing damage. This ain't good, y'all. We're gonna focus on the storm for a little while. This ain't good, y'all. Alrighty. We have an extension on the tornado warning now that wasn't in for Annapolis. It's radar indicated rotation. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here. And we do got quite a bit of rotation. It's going to be over Bunker and Des Arc, moving towards Brunot and Beluda, Shelton Ford, Varsh Ford, 12 Mile, and Coldwater. On our Van Buren storm, it's a moving thunderstorm. It's moving quickly. Does not look like there is a tornado on the ground at this time with it. Excuse me, I'm not coughing. But that still doesn't mean it won't produce another tornado. So if y'all are in the red polygon or any sort of warning, make sure you're weather aware today if you're in anywhere in the risk area. Doesn't matter if you're in a marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate. Doesn't matter if you're in any risk of severe weather. Make sure you're weather aware. Always monitoring constantly changing weather conditions as well. This Piedmont and Van Buren storm towards Greenville now. It's still rotating. We still got rotation with this thunderstorm. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be in Virginia. Yeah, this is going to be in Virginia. Moving southeast, eventually crossing into North Carolina, into Gainesville, Roxborough, Stovall, and Oxford. And you can even see impacts as far south as Rocky Mount, Nashville, Spring Hope, Raleigh, Durham, Burlington. I just circulate. This is a lot easier to do it this way. Within the next 4 hours, this area right here could experience a severe thunderstorm with gusty winds and some hail. Maybe an isolated tornado, but nowhere near like we're seeing back west over into western Kentucky, into Missouri right now. We got a tornado warning in Lewistown. Let's check up on this tornado warning storm in Pennsylvania. Not seeing any concerns for an active tornado on the ground with this one either. We got new severe thunderstorm warnings. This is for the greater Washington area. Got a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail as the main concerns with this severe thunderstorm. This is going to be impacting the greater Washington. This is going to be impacting the greater Washington D.C. area. This is also just a severe thunderstorm warning as well. We also got several severe thunderstorm warnings on the North Carolina and Virginia state line, especially towards Glax and Danville in West Virginia, eventually crossing the state line into North Carolina to Eden and Yanceyville. Just 60 mile an hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Eventually, as far down the line as Durham, Rocky Mountain, even as far towards the coast as Greenville, could be seeing some gusty thunderstorms later on this evening as well. But it's going to be nothing like we're seeing back west over into, like I said, Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois. We do have a tornado warning now in Illinois as well. New tornado warning in Missouri. It's going to be for this Des Arc storm. And why is my NOAA weather radio going off here in Kentucky? Hold on. I believe this is a tornado watch, guys. Hold on. Alright guys, I'm going to take an intermission real quick. My weather team's going to take over on coverage, and I will see you guys here in a minute. Alrighty, y'all, we are here. We got another tornado warning. It's going to be radar indicated. They just updated the got confirmed tornado warning. It's now back to radar indicated rotation. It's going right towards McCrand and even Sedgwickville, Oak Ridge, Jackson, and over towards the Kentucky and state line there. We got some strong rotation. So happened just a little bit east of Williamsville. Not seeing no debris signature anymore with this thunderstorm. If you're on that red polygon, please still get into your safe spots, as this is still a tornado warning you don't want to mess around with. This other tornado warning here in Missouri is also radar indicated with quarter-sized hail as well. Let's go ahead and go on back to our southern storms here that have been tornado warned since earlier, since like for the past couple hours. They are still rotating. They are still producing tornadoes. There may not be a tornado actively on the ground right now. Doesn't mean within the next however so long it will be on the ground whatsoever. So make sure you're still in your safe spots. But you got some severe, actually conveniently new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. In Illinois, and we also have a tornado warning in Illinois as well. Not seeing much of that tornado warning, not seeing much of concerns of any strong rotation. Got some rotation near Marine. We got a tornado warning with tornado possible tag on it near Pleasant Mound, Tomaco, Vernon, and Patoka in Illinois. Got a little bit of rotation with this thunderstorm as well in this little general area right here. So if this thunderstorm could very well produce a tornado, as it is isolated in nature and moving in the north-northeast direction. It's going to be heading north-northeast at 40 miles per hour. We also had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued in Virginia. This does include Hillsville, Galax, Speedwell, Fries, Elk Creek, and Walton Furnace. Not seeing any concerns of any tornadic rotation with these thunderstorms as well. These are just severe thunderstorm warnings. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter size hail for the majority of these. This is a 70 mile an hour wind gust threat for this Galax and Hillsville storm. And for the Martinsville storm, it is also 70 mile an hour wind gust as the primary threat. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning in northern Virginia, just a little bit west of Washington. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail for a majority of these severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Virginia. We got a golf ball-sized hail wind, a $half-sized hail threat north of Washington, D.C. This is going to be in Urbana and the Mux, however you say whatever that word is. I'm failed English. We also still got a severe thunderstorm warning in Pennsylvania. It's going to be Lewistown, Milfordtown, Port Royal, and Nook. Not seeing much concern for any tornadic rotation with this thunderstorm, but it has been warned for tornadoes in the past. They are updating these severe thunderstorm warnings for Northern Virginia as well. We also got a surprise severe thunderstorm warning in northern Wisconsin. Quarter-size hail, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. This is going to be heading straight towards the Canadian line of the border. Let's go ahead and go on back to these storms in Illinois. These storms, this severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-sized hail, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So this includes Lockville and Nashville in Illinois. little bit of rotation trying to pop up this thunderstorm. It's still got some maturing to do, but it's still an ongoing threat for 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It's going to be right around highway Interstate 64 there, and in between it's actually getting ready to be in the highway in the Interstate 64 and Interstate 57 corridor there. Let's go on back down to our Missouri storms where we have our tornado warnings. So honestly, In my opinion, the most concerning rotation couplet I've seen today was with the same supercell. That's near Wapello Bay, or Wapello there. And that next scan is no better on the radar. This next scan was not no better, not seeing no confirmation of any debris. And we now have a tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service in St. Louis. We got a tornado warning now for central or south central Illinois, and this does include Telemaco, Vernon, Patoka, Comanche, and Wilburton. This is a new tornado warning, radar indicated rotation, quarter-sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts being the primary threat, and of course, the tornado. It's radar indicated rotation. Right here is where your rotation is going to be for this thunderstorm here. So there's your rotation couplet. It's going to be heading north-northeast at 40 miles per hour. A little bit of weather 101. Here's your inflow notch. Then here's is your RFD wrapped around the backside as well. We could very possibly have a tornado, possibly in early development, right near Marydale and Beaver Creek. If you're in this warning polygon, make sure you get to your safe spots. New severe thunderstorm warning in southern Pennsylvania on the Pennsylvania-Virginia state line. It includes Gettysburg, Hanover, Quincy, Waynesboro, and Chambersburg. It's this little cluster of storms right here that there's severe warning with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail with a tornado possible tag on one of these storms. Trying to find which one that is. I believe it's going to be this one right here, south of Littmore. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued in Missouri. It's going to be near Winona, Highway 106. There's a Current River Conservation Club, if I could speak English. It's got a mid-level lock on it. This storm could also be a tornado producer. New severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indicated quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It expires in 25 minutes as well. And we still have our tornado warning near Steelville, on the Steelville storm. It's got some rotation on it, but we ain't getting no confirmation of a tornado on the ground. But if you're under a tornado warning at any point today, make sure you treat it like it's always on the ground. They just added another section of that same tornado warning that we was just talking about as well. We have no yaw watches right now. That is a good thing as well. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. It's all the way up here to northeast. Way up on the East Coast, guys. And this is going to be in Maine. Extreme northern Maine, you got under a severe thunderstorm warning. There ain't no place files there for me to see exactly which. It's near St. Pamphile and Allagash. It's between St. Pamphile. Oh my gosh, if I could speak English, guys. St. Pamphile and Allagash in northern Maine. If you're in between those areas, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. You also got a severe thunderstorm warning. Extreme northeastern New York, north of Plattsburgh, New York. Looks like it is across the border there. So I believe that has exited the United States warned area. I believe that warning is going to be allowed to expire as well. New tornado warning. 2 new tornado warnings in Missouri. They extended a tornado warning for the most southern storm near Greenville, Missouri. Extended all the way up to include Zalma, Chaffee, Orrin, and Morley, and Puxco. In Missouri, you are now under a tornado warning as this rotation couplet is still looking strong and very, very concerning. New tornado warning just north of it. It includes Cherryville, Davisville, Brazil, Palmer, Berryman, 4 Points, and Floyd and Bates Creek Camp. If or any of these locations, be sure to get into your safe spots as you are under a tornado warning. Not seeing a active tornado on the ground, but we are seeing some rotation that is prompting a tornado warning. We still got a tornado warning for south central Illinois as well. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that I have not seen. It's going to have 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is a considerable thunderstorm of a damage threat. And that is a lot of hail, especially impacting the community of Dawson, Buffalo, Spalding, Rivington. You guys are seeing some monster hail with this thunderstorm, and we just got a updated information, or no, a brand new tornado warning. Is that a brand? Can I get some confirmation if this is a brand new tornado warning or if it's updated information? How many severe thunderstorm warnings did they just issue? Anyways, here's your area of rotation, area of concern. A little bit west of Marquand, over Zion right now. Not seeing any damage being locked into the atmosphere according to the Doppler radar. But if there is a tornado, or this storm is actively producing a tornado, you will not be able to see it. It's going to be rain wrapped. So if you're in this warning polygon, make sure you are in your safe spots, okay? This is a dangerous situation. This is a deadly tornado outbreak unfolding right before our eyes here. And I would not be surprised if every little rain shower explodes into a monstrous tornadic supercell today with the way these atmospheric conditions are. A new severe thunderstorm warning. This does not include Bloomington, but it's on track to impact Bloomington in Illinois. It's going to be for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Expires in 1 hour. This is a prolific hail-producing storm. Let's go and go back into our southern storms here in southern Missouri. Get ready to cross into Kentucky here. Still seeing still a strong thunderstorm, and that is going to be impacting Zama, Orrin, Morley, Chaffee, and Puxco. Greenville, it's done past you to your east, but do not get out of your safe spots until you are no longer under the tornado warning polygon. If you're under any of these red polygons, make sure you guys are getting into your safe spots today, and make sure you are weather aware. If you're on any sort of severe weather risk, no matter if it's from marginal to the moderate, make sure you're weather aware and constantly aware of the constant changing weather conditions as well. So this tornadic thunderstorm, the tornadic rotation is going to be near the Mingo Wilderness and the Monopoly Marsh there, just a little bit west of Hickman and Idlewild. Shook Lost Creek Landing as well, and just north of Wapello. Ugh. I cannot speak English today, guys. Anyways, that's, if I believe, we missed one. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And Wisconsin, that's the one we just covered earlier. This is a new one. It's going to include Newton and Meme, Manawak, and Two Rivers. They're on the coast of Lake Michigan there. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail detected by radar as well. We got updated information on the severe thunderstorm warnings on the Virginia-North Carolina state line. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail on the Martinsville storm, and on the Hillsville storm, we are looking at the storm is responded to the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. So that severe thunderstorm warning for the Hillsville and Galactic storm has been allowed to expire The storm has weakened below severe limits. We still got a severe thunderstorm warning for Martinsville and Stewart, Cruz, Spencer, Ridgeway, Axton, Woolwine, Henry, and Philpott in southern Virginia. Updated information on the severe thunderstorm warnings in there's not a good radar for those at all. New severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. This does include Madison, Mount Horeb, Barnville, and Dalyville, and Cross Plains. This is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. It's going to be heading northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is going to be for south central Wisconsin. New severe thunderstorm warning just they just updated a tornado warning as well. New severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Halifax, South Boston, Danville, Mount Herman, Gretna, Drake's Branch, and Nathalie, and Virginia. It's for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Someone that checked this asked about North Carolina. North Carolina, you guys are so new tornado warning and updated on that one tornado warning, I believe, has been allowed to expire. We still got that one. We still got the extension to that tornado warning. That does include Zama, Oren, Morley, and Chaffee. New tornado warning for ping pong sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and of course a tornado threat. Here's your area of concern. Again, south of Marquand. We have so many alerts coming out right now. Those are updates on severe thunderstorm warnings on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go back to the Weather Lab screen here, guys. The Weather Center screen here, y'all. And we'll be back with another update. Alrighty, y'all. So we are back on the coverage here. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. It includes Bloomsdale, St. Greenview, and Potosi in Missouri. We also got an extension of the tornado warning in central Illinois. It's not looking as impressive as it once did, but it's still looking quite impressive on radar, still prompting a tornado warning. We're checking our southern storms here. The storm near Bell City, which has been showing some really impressive signatures on radar for the last hour and a half. It's finally weakening, looks like the rotation is as well. We also got another tornado warning. This is going to be north of it near McQuan. And McQuan storm is still now a radar indicated tornado warning. It's no longer a confirmed tornado warning, but we may be seeing another tornado warning issued for this region here. And there's another area of rotation there as the with a separate storm that is getting ready to come merging action there. So we could possibly see an extension on that tornado warning out this direction. They just updated the information on this tornado warning. 3-inch hail tornado is threats. Radar indicated rotation. New tornado warning. They extended that tornado warning in Illinois to include Watson, Edgewood, Dyrich, and Effingham. Again, here's your area of rotation. Making its way north-northeast. It's going to be getting ready to impact the community of Edgewood, Watson, and Dyrich. Make sure you guys are in your safe spots. And again, if you're in a tornado warning polygon, make sure you guys get to your safe spots, because every storm that pops up today will have the chance and will have the opportunity to produce long-track and damaging tornadoes. Alright, so I'm watching this supercell thunderstorm now. That's the most southern one here. Still looking quite impressive on radar, but it's not as impressive as it once was before. We still got that very obvious inflow notch and the obvious hook echo there as well with this thunderstorm, as it's be pushing out to the east towards Charleston, Mound City, Curio, and Morley. Make sure you guys get you in y'all's safe spots. Springfield, Missouri, you guys are in the clear. The severe weather is going to be mainly to y'all's east. It's mainly going to be in the tri-state area. No, not the tri-state area. What am I thinking about? In the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. It's where the most of the severe weather is going to be today and tonight. We're going to be watching these thunderstorms as they're going to be pushing north and northeast. And again, the Scott City storm here. Still looking impressive on radar, but not as impressive as it was before. But it can very likely still produce a tornado there. We are going to be keeping track, very, very close eyes on that supercell. Arkansas, if you're in Arkansas, you are in the clear as of for now. Texas, in northeastern Texas, you guys looks to be in the clear for right now. That's a notification of another tornado warning. There it is right there. Okay. Alright, so I called it. There is that second tornado warning for that storm I was just talking about. I haven't seen a y'all watch today. That is really surprising. I would have thought I would have been over y'all watch first. Oh wait, do I even have y'all watches even on? Yeah, they're on. I don't see no y'all watches here. Jesus. There's just so many warnings going on right now. We got the y'all mode on. And there's that tornado couplet there, that tornadic signature on the radar. If I can get my keybinds right. So there's that area of rotation right there. Near Husky there. Gravel Hill, you're next in line. Starlight, you're also next in line. Jackson, Tilsit, y'all are all in line for this tornadic thunderstorm. Radar indicated rotation. Not seeing any debris signatures on the correlation coefficient right now, and that is a good thing. That's what we like to see. Let's hope we continue to see that trend with this storm as it progresses northeast. And the worst, what I was fearing is happening with the storm, the most southern storm, near Orrin and Morley. It looks like it is recycling and maybe getting ready to produce a second or third tornado out of the single out of the single supercell here. We're going to keep a very close eye on it as it progresses eastward. Again, there's that new area of rotation that I was just talking about over Bell City right now. It's going to be continuing eastward towards Orrin and Morley. If you're in Orrin and Morley, getting your safe spot, even towards Benton, Scott City, Bulger, even towards Mound City and Mounds, make sure you get into your safe spot. If you're in Jackson, get into your safe spots. If you're in Jackson, Gravel Hill, Tilset, and Husky, get into your safe spots. Still not seeing no debris signature on radar, but it's still a very impressive rotation couplet on. Still an impressive rotation couplet here on radar. So again, there's that area of rotation right there that we were just talking about. What? This is the current weather conditions. Still keeping a very close eye on these southern storms here, especially towards Orrin, Morley, just a little bit northeast of Bloomfield and Missouri. That'd be nice if I could still speak English. That's what that sound was. Okay. Got it fixed. All right. Alright, we do have an observed tornado warning now. This is going to be the Oren, and in the Morley storm, we have a confirmed observed tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. So this is a tornado on the ground now. This is going to be crossing the Kentucky state line from Missouri, around Mound City and Paducah and Bardwell. Make sure you guys get your safe spots. This is an active tornado on the ground. Looks like it's going to be on the southern edge of this thunderstorm as well. They're Van Duzer and Haywood City. Make sure you get in your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground, heading east-northeast at, I forgot what speed, 60 miles an hour. Once again, this is a tornado on the ground. Very, very dangerous situation unfolding here. Was this a PDS tornado warning, guys? Apple-sized hail and an observed tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning that we have an observation on. This is a damaging tornado being reported on the ground. This is a life-threatening situation. It is not a PDS tornado warning. It's just a normal tornado warning. So this is a dangerous, dangerous situation here, guys. Like I said once before, I'm using 2 radars. I'm bouncing back and forth between Radar Omega and WeatherWise radar, also known as the Ryan Hall radar. This is a very, very dangerous situation, as we have a tornado on the ground actively producing damage. This is a dangerous situation for Charleston, Mound City, Morley, Oren, Haywood City, Van Duzer, Bertrand, Charleston, Sykeston. This is a life-threatening situation. Take shelter immediately. And then this next stand is just looking worse, guys. It's looking worse. I believe this tornado is going to go to a go through multiple recycling phases, as it's going to be pushing to the east into Kentucky as it's entering a more favorable environment for tornadoes. This is a dangerous situation. This is a life-threatening tornado outbreak. We already have multiple reports and multiple confirmations on damage and tornadoes, especially in Mountain View. My weather team is getting together the damage reports as we speak. We have been live consecutively for 5 hours and 42 minutes. Current time is 4:02 p.m. Central Standard Time. This tornado is going. If I can get my English right. I can't really see where the debris ball is. What did they just issue? They just shortened it down. Okay. Just making sure. They just you got an update on this tornado warning that's just north of this one. Quarter-size hail tornadoes as the threat. Let's go ahead and check the velocity here, and then here's your rotation. Not as strong and not as prolonged and as defined as it once was before in the last few scans. I'm more concerned about this tornado down here near Morley. Get ready to cross into Kentucky here. This is where we got our most. This is where we got our tornado on the ground, still doing damage. Get ready to impact Haywood City, Blodgett, Price Landing, Morley, Willard, and so on and so forth. If you're in any tornado warning playground, once again, we need you please to get your safe spots. Put as many walls between you and the thunderstorm as you can, and be weather aware today and tonight. There's tornado, thunderstorm. Let's check another warnings. So this is a report of a tornado on the ground. We could even see an extension on this tornado warning. And my, oh my. That hook echo is starting to look really, really gnarly here, guys. So here's your hook right here, guys. That's your hook echo. It's not textbooked, but it's still defined. It's still there. This is your hook echo for your tornadic thunderstorms. It's got some strong rotation with it. It's still an observed tornado warning. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe spots as I report tornado on the ground. And if you're in any tornado warning, get to your safe spots, as it won't take very much for these storms to twist their way to the ground.